Hi guys! So we are doing reading and writing sprints tonight. So Joharra, what are you going to be doing?
I'll be writing, and I'm going to be working on the vicious militant.
Awesome. So I'm going to be reading. I'm going to be reading Serpent and Dove. I just started it last night, and I'm kind of enjoying it. So I'm happy about it because have you heard of NaNoWriMo? This girl, she came up with it this year.
No. Is
So
that like NaNoWriMo?
Yeah, so basically she's like, okay, I'm just not going to write this year, but she's like, I still want to do something for November, so instead of it being a writing challenge, it's a reading challenge. So obviously it's not going to be read 50,000 pages because that's like impossible to do in a month, but you just pick up whatever challenge you want to do, whatever goal you want, whether it's 1,000 pages, 5,000 pages, it depends. I'm going to go for 1,000 pages because these past two times I've gotten over 1,000 pages, so I don't know. But this book, Serpent and Dove, is a beast. It's 500 plus pages, so if I can handle it, maybe I can do more with NaNoWriMo. I don't know.
Yeah.
That could be nice.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Yeah. So how many books did you read in October?
Give me a second. Let's see. I read the fourth Percy Jackson book. I read, my mind's just going blank. What books did I read this month? Because I know I've read more than that.
Yeah.
I read, hold on. I still have my notes for the Monster High Readathon, and I have all the books crossed off, so I'll just go to that. That'll help me, because my brain's just not here tonight, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, so I read the fourth Percy Jackson book, The Shadow of Kyoshi. I read one of the Charmed books, and I reread, my hair's getting in my way, Girlfriends Forever, and Into the Wild, which is the first Warriors book, and then I reread the first Skinjacker book. So
Nice.
that was pretty. So yeah, I did pretty well. I also read like half of the Dawn of Yang Chen. Last couple of days I got really into it, so I got like 50% through, a little bit over. So yeah.
Awesome.
I was trying to do a closet cosplay of Venus McFlytrap, and she has like her head shaved and all on one side, so I just tried to brush it all on one side. And she's not cooperating with me today. I did this cosplay earlier in the month for one of my Monster High Readathon videos, because I did like several videos at the beginning of the month for it, and I did a different closet cosplay for each one. And I was gonna do operetta, but then I realized that the only wig that I own that works for operetta is at my dad's trailer. At least I think it is. So I just decided to go with Venus because I can just use my regular hair. But my hair's just not working with me.
Aw. Yeah, this is what I got for Halloween. I got this little vampire shirt, but that's it. That's all I got.
I didn't go all out this year. I'm like I like to, because I'm huge on Halloween. But with everything that's happened last several months, we just didn't have it this year. But next year we will. Next year will be better.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Hopefully it works. Maybe. Oh.
Is she there?
Working on it seems. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to try again. Yeah, so I forget. Did you say the number of books you read? I know you were saying the titles. Do you know how many?
Oh, I didn't count them. I was just saying. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 and a half.
Nice. I read 7 books, which I'm pretty pleased with. I'm a little annoyed. Like, like slightly. Like it's not a big deal, but I'm a little annoyed. I had 3 DNFs, so if I had read them, I would have read 10 books, and 10 books is pretty great. So, but I can't focus on that. I just need to be happy with what I have. And what I think is interesting is this time around. So it was almost half of like last month because I read 12 books in September, and apparently it was like 1,600 something pages. But this time I read 7 books and 1,500 something pages. So almost the same because I read so many novellas last month and short stories. So it's like, hey, at least like part of my goal this past month was to more get into actually dedicating reading for like a full length novel. I'll aim for that even more next month, November, but I'm gonna have to see.
Well, you should be proud of yourself. It seems like you finally got out of that reading slump the last couple of months. You've actually been reading books.
It's still a work in progress, but I'm happy with what I got.
Yeah, you should still be happy that you've actually been reading.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm very pleased with how it's been going, which took long enough, but
yeah. Yeah, my new book came out today.
Oh, yay! That's awesome. Did how did it go? The stream? Did people show up?
Yeah, there was really only a couple of people in the chat. Well, a Twitter friend and then Tabby was there, and they asked me questions about my book, and I just talked about my book. So yeah, it was it went well, and I'm very happy with it. I'm very excited for my book's release.
Yay! That's awesome.
Okay, I think we finally got it working. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My earbuds didn't want to connect, and there's lots of things going on.
Very annoying. So what are you going to be working on today?
I'm going to be working on the chapter I've had in the works for a few days now, and it's in my 5th and final book. I finally started that, so I'm a few chapters in, and I'm hoping to write a few more.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah.
Hi, Tina.
Hi.
Hi.
Let us know what you're going to be working on tonight. So I was telling Joharra that the book I started with last night that I'm going to be working on tonight. Yeah, right. Sometimes I'm like today, tonight, anyway. So I'm going to be working on Serpent and Dove. I started it last night, and I'm like never about fantasy, and considering this is like 500 plus pages, I'm like, this isn't going to go well. But already I'm kind of intrigued, so I'm hoping I can challenge myself and actually read a full-length novel. I can do this.
That's awesome. Yeah, I hope you keep enjoying it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping so.
I'm going to be working on the Vicious Militant sequel series to The Curse's Light. I want to get that one done because I'm already like pretty far, and I want to get that one done, and maybe if I can, I'm not going to stress about it, but if I can, get it published by the end of the year.
Nice.
And then I'll have 8 published books. Can you believe it?
Wow.
That's awesome. Congrats.
Thanks.
I'm about to eat with my family, so I probably won't comment a lot. No problem. But I'm glad you're joining in, You're reading The Never King by Nikki St. Crowell. What's that one about?
Yeah.
Would you guys want to start our first sprint at 15?
Yeah.
Sure.
And it feels like forever since our sprints. It's like,
right?
It's been a while.
We've all been just so busy and stuff, and or sick.
Yes.
Or something.
Yep.
Right.
I'm glad I get to join by video today.
Yeah.
Because I'm on my iPad, so I can kind of see when trick-or-treaters come and my husband hands out candy.
Right.
And hopefully it works out okay. I'm on my iPad, and iPads aren't the greatest at processing power, so being on a stream and doing other things could be difficult for it, but we'll see what happens.
For sure. It's a dark
Oh.
romance that's a Peter Pan retelling. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, Tabby, you read too, right?
Yes.
So I was asking Joharra how many books she read. She read 6. I read 7. How many books did you read in October?
Hasn't been very many, unfortunately. I believe 2, and well, like 1.5 because I haven't finished this current book yet. But and I also am making my way through an anthology of short stories that. So I've like read most of the stories. Hey, Robin.
Hi.
Read most of the stories, but I think there's like 3 or 4 left to go for me out of like I don't know 10 or so.
Yeah, not bad. Robin, hi.
Hi.
Yay!
Sorry I was late. I was just finishing up.
No
No
problem.
worries.
So what are you going to be working on tonight?
I'm not quite sure. I've been kind of bouncing around with a few different like whips that I'm very much in the early stages of, and I'm not really feeling the muse tonight, so I do need someone to like you know
Yep.
force me to actually write. But I haven't decided where I'm gonna start yet today, so one of some projects most likely. We'll see.
Awesome. So Tina says hi.
Hi Tina, thanks for joining us.
Wow, 14
Wow.
books.
You beat us
Very
all.
impressive. You just launched us out of the park. What about you, Robin? We were just mentioning how many books we read. What about you?
I think I read 9 books, I think was my
Awesome.
end and tally. Yeah, so I had a really big reading month this past
Yeah,
That's so cool.
that's
Nice.
really awesome.
I just realized like you're on camera for once, Tabby, and like I've seen
I
your
know, yeah, I
YouTube
was
videos before, so like I do know what you look like, but I'm not used
right.
to being on video chat with you.
I know. I'm really happy I get to join with a video today. Because I'm on my iPad. I'm upstairs,
Oh,
and
okay.
I was telling the other ladies like, hopefully this will work out okay. My iPads aren't the most don't have the highest computing power in the world, so we'll see how it handles doing a stream and Google Docs and whatever else.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll find out.
Yeah. So Robin, we were gonna start our first sprint at 15. Are you good with that?
Oh, sure.
Okay. 30 minutes, is that good for you guys?
Yeah.
Works for me.
Okay. Oh, I'm so not used to having to start for the first time with this new channel. I'm just so used to having my average, we are reading till this time. I have to start over now.
Mhm.
I hate math. How long is that?
I think it's
46.
45 after.
Okay, well, it changed to 16, so let's do 46. Okay, we'll be back at 46. I swear, math hurts. Okay, guys.
Math is my enemy.
Yeah, seriously. All right, happy writing and reading.
All right, guys, how are your sprints?
It went pretty well. I got a little bit written down. I'd say roughly half a page. It's kind of hard to tell on Google Docs on the iPad, but a few hundred words.
Awesome.
Yeah. How did your sprint go?
I got focused on other things for a bit. I did start at first, so I still want to read more. I got like a page closer, but it hasn't been too much progress. Well, the thing with Serpent and Dove is it's sometimes got French words, and
Oh,
I don't know what they mean. I don't know how you say it, so it's just like
yeah.
I don't like when that happens.
French is especially hard to like decipher if you're not familiar with any of it.
Yeah.
All the X's and the vowels and the apostrophes and yeah, there's so many things going on.
What about you guys? How are your sprints?
Good, yeah. I had to. I was a little late because I was trying to finish my thought process. I didn't get that much done. I heard my siblings come home because they just went trick or treating for the first time in their lives. So, and they shared some of their candy with me, so I have some candy now.
Nice. Ooh, they got some good stuff.
Yeah.
Full candy bars.
I got a Snickers, a couple Snickers, a couple Reese's, and some M&Ms.
Awesome.
It's a good haul.
It
It was very kind of them to share too.
What?
I said it was very kind of them to share.
Yeah. Well, Emerald didn't share. She's a typical 17-year-old at times, I swear. But I did get a little bit done, so I made a little progress, and yeah, so not too bad.
What about you, Rob? Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't really get anything done. I'm kind of like tired after work. But I did reread a little bit of what I had already written, so at least like maybe next sprint I can work on something more.
Refresher.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Especially because I've been away from writing for like a few days, so yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully that would help. Oh, what book were you reading though, Tiffany?
Serpent and Dove. So, it's a YA fantasy. So, the basic concept is a witch and a witch hunter are bound in holy matrimony. So, obviously, there's a lot of conflict and tension there. But I've also heard not so great reviews. I think there have been glowing ones, but I've definitely heard some, like anti of it. But I started it last night and I was kind of intrigued. So, I'm kind of working on it. I'm gonna see how far I can get into it. If not, I will have to set it aside for something else. But I don't know what I'll read. I'm just not really like feeling reading right now. I mean, I'm interested in this one, but I'm not like, oh my gosh, I need to try to find a longer book.
Right.
So I did a closet cosplay of Venus. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh, nice. I noticed that your hair was the same way that you did it for the video where you were Venus, but I didn't quite piece it together with your shirt.
I'm wearing the same shirt I did then too. When I went to talk to my siblings, I asked them if I looked like Venus, and someone was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, yay!"
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna go as operetta, but then I was running a bit late getting to the sprint, so I didn't have time to do the whole heart over my eye like operetta, and I also realized that I'm pretty sure my wig is at my dad's trailer, and I was like, I can't get that right now. That's like 45 minutes away, so so I decided to go with Venus because I have to do less work to be Venus.
Right. Yeah, that's so cool that you actually dressed up. I was potentially gonna dress up, but I just didn't have time today, so
Yeah, I get that.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, this is all I got for mine. I was like,
Got
oh,
the vampire fangs.
that's like the only thing I have. So I was like, I'll go with this.
It's Halloweeny.
Right. Yeah. I'm a
I,
little disappointed figuring it out for myself. I was like, oh, ever since high school, I haven't done anything. I just like would do like the little Halloween Snapchat filters in 2019, 2020. I was working. 2021, same thing with just like the Halloween thing. But I'm glad we're at least doing a little something. You know, I just happen to work out our sprints work for Halloween. So yeah.
Yes.
And oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you finished. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, not for any Owl House spoilers, because Robin, I want you to go into this show blind.
Thank you.
And
Yes.
I'm also blind.
But because of certain elements of the Owl House, I was feeling like I could try Serpent and Dove. I won't say why. I will not say why. But there's something about the Owl House and this book that have similar things. So I'm kind of like, I'll try this out.
Yeah.
Let us know what you think, everyone.
Hi, welcome. I had the thought, like as we were starting, because I was also running just like a couple minutes late. It's like, oh, I'll grab like a silly hat during the next sprint, and then I forgot. We'll see if I do this time. None of my all my costumes like obviously don't fit me because I've got a big old belly, but I was hoping I would do like a little something, maybe some kind of hat maybe.
Yeah.
So maybe you'll be surprised next time you see me.
We'll be like, who is this? I
Yeah.
don't recognize her.
Where's Tabby? What have you done with her?
The stranger.
Yeah.
No, but that reminds me, this is like childhood, so many, many years back. But I do remember I don't know if you guys have ever been to Libby Lou. I don't know if it even is a thing anymore. Have you guys
To
heard of
what?
Libby Lou?
Never heard of it.
Okay,
doesn't
well,
ring a bell.
it was this little store. They do little makeovers for kids and stuff like that. Anyway, so one of my birthdays we went there, and one of the things you could do like a Hannah Montana thing. So one of the things I was able to keep was a Hannah Montana wig. And one time, just as a joke, when we were going trick or treating a year or two after that, my dad was like, "Yeah, I'll put this on." Okay.
Yeah, my dad does that. After I first bought that wig I used to cosplay as Operetta, I originally bought it to cosplay as Jenny Weasley, but it works for a couple different people like Operetta or Winona. And my dad put it on, and I took a picture of it.
Nice.
True.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I love to dress up even to this day. Like I'm a big into Halloween, and I remember one year when I was little, I don't remember how I came up with this costume idea, but I did, and I decided to dress up as a cheerleader, a vampire, and Gabriella all in one from High School Musical.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
I was literally this hybrid. I was a cheerleader version of Gabriella and a vampire.
That's funny. Nice.
Yeah, when you have like a great costume concept, it's really fun to like really enjoy it when you're wearing it and be like, I created this.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. So the last time I did do a costume or a somewhat costume was, like I said, senior year of high school. So a couple years back, I was really getting into Smallville. Have you guys heard of that show?
Yes, I've heard that.
Okay. So I really wanted to do that, and so I already had a Superman shirt. But it was like super big, so I had to just like tie it up, whatever. And because of how Clark, most of the show, he's not Superman, he's just Clark Kent, and he always wears the flannel. So I wore my red flannel shirt, and I was like, well, I don't want my hair to just be my hair. So we figured out a way to like tie my hair up, and then we had it where like the end of my hair with the ponytail, it worked as bangs. So I was a dude for the day, and it was really fun.
That is fun.
But every single time, everyone just assumed I'm Supergirl. Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I'm playing as a girl.
Right, yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, you can cosplay as any gender.
So, now that the Halloween season is kind of over now, how many shows or movies or book themed Halloween stuff did you guys get into this past month?
I gotta count.
I watched with my friends Hocus Pocus 2
Yeah.
since that came out, and um there's a channel on YouTube that my husband and I follow, and they always watch like really bad, cheesy Halloween movies every year. So we watched that as well. But I kind of wanted to watch like Halloween Town or something. 'Cause I think it's on Disney Plus, and
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to it yet. But maybe like later tonight before I go to bed or something.
Yeah, I ended up not watching that either, which I originally planned to. I got really into Monster High this year because
Oh
it's
yeah,
kind of the revival of Monster High. Monster High's back and all
right.
that. Like I said, I originally wanted to cosplay as Draculaura, but I couldn't with everything happening in the last few months. But I lost my train of thought. But with the movie coming out and then this new TV show that's out, and I've been listening to the playlist on repeat because I'm obsessed with the song. So yeah, this month has been very Monster High for me.
Nice.
Nice. What about you, Robin?
Perfect theme.
So if I counted correctly, I think I've watched 8 Halloween-centric horror movies, if I'm not missing any. But I really got into it this year, at least watching horror films. I don't. It's not my go-to to watch, so when I'm in the mood to watch it, I usually try to do that. So yeah, that's a big number for me. Is doing 8. I definitely read way more than I watch movies, so yeah.
So
Do you have a favorite horror film?
I never know how to answer that. Um, 'Cause I will enjoy watching horror films, but it's not my favorite genre. It's not
Mhm.
like, "Oh, I like this so much, I have to watch this every year." Um, so yeah, I don't think I do have a favorite one. Sorry
That's all right. Fair enough.
for such a
I don't watch
non-answer.
horror hardly at all.
I love
I'm
horror.
You love horror movies? I
Yes.
can't do like the really scary stuff. I get way too scared, so I have to go to like the more wholesome Halloween like
Yeah.
stuff.
I love these scary aspects, and I had actually been rewatching the Conjuring movies. I rewatched the 3 actual Conjuring movies, and I rewatched one of the Annabelle movies, the newest one, Annabelle Comes Home. I haven't rewatched the other Conjuring related movies yet, but so I rewatched all of those, and I was gonna watch a couple more horror movies, but that just didn't happen, and maybe I'll watch them next month. Like I know there was Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters I really wanted to watch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. And then I think that was all the horror I watched this month. But I started watching a TV show that I had never seen before called Merlin, and it's not like a horror or anything, but it has a lot of like magic, so it has that fantasy aspect, which is definitely up my alley.
It's the one is it the one that's like the British one from the BBC? And I love that show.
This is my first time watching it. I just finished season 1, and I'm loving it so far.
Yeah, it's a great show.
So, Ramen, you said you watched Halloween-centric stuff. What were they?
As far as like the Halloween-centric movies, Hocus Pocus 2 I watched, the Monster High movie I'm counting as Halloween-centric, and then Twitches I watched, I mentioned in the last sprint I did. So that was my Halloween-centric, and the rest were horror movies. I just watched The Shining for the very first time ever the other night. Finally got up with
The
that.
doozy.
That one I liked. I like more atmospheric horror films, and I feel like that one does
It's
really
certainly
good with
atmospheric.
the atmosphere,
Yeah.
rather than like jump scares or like gore. I made my friends watch Repo the Genetic Opera with me because it's like I love like bad movies like that. I was like, "Come on, guys, we gotta watch this." So I'm counting that one too. That one's possible. If I had to pick a favorite horror film, I would pick that
Mm.
one just because it's like it's one I made people watch.
Right. Like it's just really campy and yeah.
It is so campy, yeah. And then I watched this like independent movie called Creep, and I watched the sequel to that. It was more like a found footage horror film, and that one was like I don't know if it's so atmospheric, but it was just like all in the acting. It's pretty much just two actors interacting with each other and just like seeing how like the characters would socialize. You would kind of get the sense like, oh my god, there's something like this guy's not telling the truth and like kind of
Mhm.
having that social anxiety. It's a really interesting uh film, so I appreciated that. Oh, and then I've never seen any of the Jason movies before, but I did watch Jason X, because it takes place in space and it's essentially like this really like um almost like cheesy sci-fi horror film. I actually really enjoyed it, even though I've never seen any of like I think it's Friday the 13th is the
Yeah.
first Jason movie. I've never seen any of the other Jasons besides this one, and I'm like starting the series at that point. I'm like the lore around Jason is so wild at this point. He's like immortal. He can't die. Like it's
Is
so
that the one with the guy with the hockey mask?
Yeah.
yes, that's Jason.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's funny because for someone who loves horror movies, I haven't really watched many of the popular ones. Like a lot of the horror movies I like aren't really well known or talked about or very underrated in my opinion. Like Friday the 13th, I've never seen one of those movies. I've only
Right,
seen
yeah.
2 of the Chucky movies, and those are some of the later ones, like Curse of Chucky and Cult of Chucky.
Mm.
And then I watched one Halloween movie with Michael Myers. It was like I think it was the remake because it was showed how Michael Myers became who he became when he was a kid.
Yeah.
And I do love the Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Those are my very first horror movies I've ever seen because those are some of the only ones that my mom really likes. Because like you guys, she's not big into horror and or the jump scares or all that. But she likes Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street, so that's how I got introduced to it.
Oh my god, I really want to watch Nightmare on Elm Street, but I think that one might scare me actually. I don't know why, but like ever since I first heard the concept of it, I'm like, oh no, like that sounds super scary. I'm gonna have nightmares
That's the one
about
with
it.
Freddy, right?
It's with Freddy, and he like goes into people's dreams and kills them
Dreams,
in their
yeah.
dreams,
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
like that's what freaks me out because it's
I don't
like
think it's
I'm
that
sleeping, I can't do anything.
Wow, yeah. I guess I get that. I don't think it's that scary, but to be fair, I don't get scared easily. Like, you'll be surprised how many times, like, I love to scare people. I'll scare my siblings all the time.
Mhm.
But they try to scare me and they always fail because I cannot be scared that easily. Like, it takes a lot. I think the only person that actually successfully scared me was my dad. But so I don't find it that scary, but to be fair, I don't get scared easily, and I have seen it like a million times.
Mm-hmm.
So that probably has something to do with it. So I have no idea if it would be scary to you.
Well, I think I'm gonna try it sometime, but if I have nightmares, I'll be
Very
like,
brave.
why did you let me watch this?
I love them. The first one is definitely my favorite. The second one is the only one in the series that I actually just flat out do not like. It doesn't really have anything to do with the rest of the movie, so I don't think you even really need to watch it to understand. At least that's my opinion. Like in the first movie, I don't think this is really a spoiler. It's just kind of the overall concept. But Freddy is I won't say exactly why because that is a spoiler. But he's targeting a certain set of people for a certain reason. I don't want to
Okay.
get spoilery for you, but because you said you want to watch it.
Oh
But
yeah, no, I want to watch the first
yes.
one.
So I won't tell you why, but he is targeting a certain group of people, and In the second one, it kind of just abandons that concept for this one movie.
Oh.
So and it kind of confused me. I only watched the movie once. My mom doesn't like that movie either. It like had nothing to do with the overall aspect.
Yeah, it kind of ruined the original lore of it then.
Yeah. And there were some scenes that I just didn't understand and didn't like. So yeah, I don't think you have to watch it, and I doubt you will even like it. Like when I hear people talk about Nightmare on Elm Street, I never hear anyone talk about the second movie because that one sucked.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I would recommend Robin probably, since you don't want to be scared. What I do if ever there's like something I think could be scary is I definitely watch it in the daytime, have it as bright
Yeah.
as I can so that nothing, and have someone around. Best
Yes.
not to be alone.
I agree 100%.
But that's no fun. Like whenever I watch
Really? Just because you like to be freaked out doesn't mean we do. We want to be okay, okay?
Yeah, seriously, I am weird because whenever I watch horror movies, I like to do it at night. I like to do it with all the lights turned off. I like to do it alone, and I just like to make it as freaky in my surroundings as possible.
Woo!
It's just so much fun and intense, and I love it. I know I'm weird.
That could never be me. That could never be me.
I get my horror genes from my aunt. I think she's the only person in my family that I can think of that loves horror as much as I do. Like a lot since when I was younger, since the only horror movies I was exposed to was the ones my mom liked, Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street, and those are also older ones, so those aren't as bad. Especially Nightmare on Elm Street is an older one, so it's not as bad as a lot of the newer ones that gets really gory. There are some gory scenes. Don't get me wrong.
I don't mind gore so much. I don't know what it is that really bothers me in horror films, but something about the
maybe it's
dream
gore.
nightmare concept was just like.
When I was when I was 13, when I moved to Florida for like several years, I lived in Florida for a while, and that's where my aunt lived. So we would bond over horror movies, and I still remember the first time I saw The Conjuring because I saw it with her. It was shortly after I moved to Florida, and she wanted to take me out, just two of us. She did the same thing with Fantasia, and so she said I could pick whatever movie I want. And when I saw The Conjuring, I got so excited because I've been seeing commercials for it. I've been wanting to watch that, and she was surprised because it's not like my entire life she lived in Florida, so it's not like we ever really hung out. So
right.
we didn't know each other that well, so we were kind of like getting to know each other finally. And she was like, really? Because she was surprised that I liked horror because she loves horror. And it's funny because after we saw the movie, she called my mom and be like, I'm so sorry, I took her to see a horror movie. I don't know if you let her watch horror movies. She was like, oh yeah, she's seen stuff like that before. I let Fantasia watch American Pie. So yeah, and that was the first time I saw a horror movie with my aunt. But yeah, she exposed me to some horror movies, and I got even more into horror than I already was, which was exciting.
Nice.
And the very first Nightmare on Elm Street, I don't know if you know this, but that was the very first role that Johnny Depp ever did.
Yeah, I think I heard that.
know that. That's really cool. How old was he then? Because
he was young. I do not know what age.
I was gonna say, yeah. I've seen him in a lot of roles when he's like maybe in his 20s at oldest, or possibly as a teenager. I don't know when he started acting.
He was no older than like 21 in
Nightmare
on Elm Street.
Yes.
Maybe like somewhere like 18 to 21, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, something like that. He was young. That was his very first role he ever did. Before he got into the really weird roles.
Yeah. I'm like pulling up my watch history just to see if I missed anything.
So, do you guys have a plan on like what books you want to read, like a TBR for November?
No, I have no idea.
I don't have a solid TBR for me either. I'm not really doing any readathons, but I'm still reading the last book I needed to for this readathon, which was Woman on the Edge of Time by Mage Piercy. So I'll probably finish that this week. I'm moving along at very slow. And then the other thing I really wanted to read. Actually, I'm also sorry for jumping around, but also I started reading book 3 in the Dune series too, and I
Oh.
started that this past month, and I was reading a little bit more today. So yeah, I'm gonna finish that one too next month, hopefully.
Did
And
you like the
then,
second one?
so my expectations for the second book were like so low because everyone I talked to about the Dune series, they all said they didn't like the second book. It's the low point
No.
of the series, but just get through it because the rest
Okay.
of the series is really good. So I went into it just like not having high expectations. So I actually did kind of like it. I did like it because it's I haven't been reading the series for over a year now, so I kind of like returned to it. So I was like, oh, here are my
Mhm.
friends again. Like, like I had
Yeah.
that kind of feeling, as well as like some really interesting plot stuff happened in it too, and I really like the way
Okay.
that this one ends. It really puts Paul's character in like a completely different direction than
Oh.
you would expect up until this
Okay.
point. But it is very tonally different from the first book. I felt like it was a lot less action heavy and a lot more like political sci-fi.
Okay.
And I didn't like how some of the female characters were treated in the book.
Mhm.
But that's just a tiny part of it. So yeah, it's like
Mhm.
just get through it. Um, but yeah, I actually was better impressed by book 2 than I thought I would be.
That's good.
That's good.
Yeah, I
Um,
kind of heard the same thing of like book 2 has its problems, and yeah, just kind of get through it. And someday I would like to read it. I read the first one, I really liked it, so it's definitely on the agenda somewhere in there.
right, it is a commitment to read the whole
Yeah,
series
it is.
because
It's
they're
a commitment to read those books for sure.
pretty big.
Yep.
And then the other series I wanted to keep reading next month, because I read in, I think September, I read book 1 of Octavia Butler's Lilith Brood series, and like I absolutely loved it. It's like it hits like all the marks of like what I like in sci-fi. So like after I read book 1, I like immediately bought the next 2 books, but then I had to start the Monster High readathon and I couldn't use them for the readathon.
Aw,
So I'm planning on actually going back this month and reading the rest of the series because I really liked book 1.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I had mentioned to Joharra earlier that so there's NaNoWriMo. So just a little different than
Yeah.
NaNoWriMo. Oh, you saw it. So I am planning on. At first, I was like, oh, I guess my goal, my challenge will be reading 1,000 pages. But these past 2 months, I've read about 1,500, 1,600 pages. So I think I could get to 2,000.
Hmm.
I like very much like let's try, but not like a hardcore. It has to be done. So, like I said, I'm currently reading Serpent and Dove. That would be cool if I could read it. I'm gonna have to see. And then the only other book I would like to attempt to read in November is The Wicked King, since I did start it in the middle of this year and I still haven't finished it. So it's like, we'll see. Like, I'm definitely one of the. I mean, I'm definitely a mood reader, but it's definitely one of those things where it's like I kind of have to find it and be up for reading it. But also, I don't want to force myself to finish a book, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, at least this year I have followed so now I could be like, here are my DNFs, you know? Or at least
Right.
set aside.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, definitely. And sometimes it's not that you're not enjoying it, it's just either the way you were reading it or just the timing wasn't right. Like this month I did start reading because I know I was telling Robin I think about this. I don't know if I told you guys, but because after the fire and after plays a lot of my books, I'm giving audiobooks a try for a little while. So that I can still get plenty of reading done. And I'm still not sure how I feel about audiobooks. I don't hate it like I thought I would. It's just not my favorite form of reading because it feels, I don't know, I like to read myself, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't hate it, and I think it's a nice idea for if I want to, read a book I can't get right now or something. And right now I can't get a lot of books, and it's a lot easier than going back and forth to the library, especially since now we don't have a car at the moment. So
Oh,
I had started listening to Truth Witch, and it's not like I wasn't enjoying it. Like I love the concept, especially since the first time I heard it was on a YouTuber's video where she was recommending books to people who like Avatar: The Last Airbender.
oh, that's cool.
Oh, okay.
To that show, so she created an Avatar: Last Airbender tag, which I actually did like a few months ago, and then she did this book where she was recommending books based on Avatar, like concepts or something. And because there's a bunch of these different witches, like the Truth Witch, they can detect any truth or lie that's thrown at them. But the reason why she recommended this one to Avatar fans is because there's also a Blood Witch, which is a lot like blood bending.
Yeah.
And the concept was nice. I just couldn't. I think it's because I don't think this is a good book to listen to through audiobook. I feel like it's very high fantasy, and so I just couldn't fully focus on what she was saying. And plus she had an accent, and sometimes accents can be hard to understand. So it was very hard to focus and get into the story. But I'm putting it on hold for now, and I'm gonna go back to it eventually.
Nice. You could also always look into doing ebooks from your library. I don't even have an e-reader, but I can still take out ebooks.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, if you rather read instead of do audiobooks,
Yeah.
try getting it that way.
I'm doing it through Libby, which is what I think the other Tiffany does it through.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, you can do ebooks through it.
You
yeah,
can
I'm
do
currently
Libby
reading
and Hoopla.
Hoopla. That's the other one. I knew there was another one. I couldn't remember the name. That's actually how I'm currently reading the Dawn of Yang Chen.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh,
Mhm.
nice. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I definitely. I was just gonna say I definitely know what you mean though, Joharra, because sometimes what's interesting is there's a really good audiobook narrator that can almost like greatly improve the book. Like when I read Christine Ratio's book, I really didn't like the overall story, but I really appreciated the voice of the narrator. Like she just did a much better job with the material than what the actual book was. And there was a book that was pretty whatever that I kind of enjoyed somewhat because of the narration. But I understand what you mean. Part of why I didn't like this time around rereading Harry Potter was I hated that guy. I hated the guy who was narrating it. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
this sucks.
A lot of people really like the audiobooks of Harry Potter. I've never really liked the guy's voice, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, since I'm just getting into since I've just now started reading audiobooks, because I've never actually listened to audiobooks before. I just never thought it was my type of thing. I reread Harry Potter so many times, but never through audiobooks. So I have no idea.
Don't do it.
But I do know, which is funny because my mom has the first Harry Potter book on hold as audiobook. I think it's an audiobook because she's been reading through audiobook and it's helping her get into reading because she was never much of a reader.
Nice.
I think my sister Fantasia is doing that too because I was always like the only reader in the family, and audiobooks is helping them get into reading more.
Yeah.
But I have heard, Tiffany and a few of them, people that love cozy mysteries who read audiobooks all the time. I've heard them say on multiple occasions that it depends on the narrator. Like the narrator can make or break the story.
Exactly.
And now I kind of understand now that I'm listening to audiobooks a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'd say one thing regarding Harry Potter audiobook that annoys me is this was a couple years back on Spotify. They had Daniel Radcliffe and multiple cast members from Harry Potter. They did the audiobook for like the first book, and I was gonna listen to it, but they kicked it off. So what was I stuck with this very whatever guy? So it's so annoying because I'm sure that would have been really nice to hear. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, they got rid of it. So
That's
I
too
mean, I'm
bad.
sure it's there somewhere, but not on Spotify, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Interesting.
would
That
you
would be
guys?
interesting to
Oh,
listen to.
yeah.
Sorry.
Would you guys want to do the next sprint at 25?
Sure.
Nice.
But for November, I plan to read The Dawn of Yang Chen. I want to finish that. And then, like I said, I don't really have a TBR set, but I do want to finally continue the Twisted Tale series. As you know, I've read the Beauty and the Beast one years ago, and then I read A Whole New World rather recently, Before the Fire. So, and then I've been meaning to read the other ones, especially the two I'm most anticipated for, which is Reflection and Birthday, but they keep getting pushed back like every month. So I hope to finally read those two. I have those in physical form because I brought them to this house. All my other books that were saved are all at my dad's trailer. So I only have a few that I brought that I plan to read this month. But once again, they got pushed back. So I plan to finally read them this month. And then I was looking, when I first got to Libby, I was trying to see what kind of books they had, books that I might be interested in. And they don't have many of the Twisted Tales, but they do have at least many that I want to read because they have a few that I'm not really interested in. But they have the Tangled one. I forgot what once was mine. And I think they have that for audiobook, or maybe it was ebook. I don't remember. But I plan to read that finally, because that's the one I didn't own anyways, because it's rather new. It was, I think, last year it came out, or early this year, something like that. But and then I hope this I have a book on hold for audiobook. I hope that comes in. I've been on the waiting list for a couple weeks, I think. It's the second book in Warriors because I had listened to the first book in Warriors recently, earlier this month, yeah. So I hope I can get to the second one this month if it comes to me, if the hold stops. But yeah, so that's really all I know. Like, if I find another book I'm interested in, I'll just read it. I'm not gonna set specific TBR this month because I have no idea.
So I don't know, for some reason now I recall, but Robin, so obviously I was on your guys' chat and everything, and one thing we were talking about, I was mentioning my very much relationship with Miraculous. So
Oh yeah.
Earlier this month, I had watched the new episode, like season 5, episode 1, and I was like, okay, this was nothing. But today, I was just really feeling like I could give it a try. Or was it yesterday? The day before? Anyway, I was getting into some of the newer episodes, and now they finally decided to be plot driven. It took them long enough, so I'm very pleased. It's not anywhere close to Gravity Falls or Owl House quality or any sort of competent story quality, but I'm still like, finally, you did something right. So I'm finally happy they actually improved it. So I guess I will stick with the show and see what they do with it, but it's a little bit like, it's definitely one of those, like, getting back with your toxic ex kind of mess up with this whole
Reeled
show.
you back
Like,
in.
I mean, I'm
Reeled you
glad
back in.
there's good content in it, despite
Yeah.
all the flaws. Ugh. Like, finally, like, they aren't winning, which is good. Which, obviously, to, like, some people, they'd be like, oh, that's bad that they're not winning. Well, when they're winning, it's very bad and cheesy. So finally, they're getting a little bit of angst and drama, and it's like, finally, you did something right. But it took way too long. I did like this one person who they were like doing a review about it, and they were like, it's semi-competent writing. It's like, yeah, it's not perfect, but it is definitely one of those things. It's like, oh, you're not as terrible as you usually are. That's really what it is. Okay, let me start the count. 55. We good with 30 minutes?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it changed to 26, but that's okay. All right, we'll be back at 55, guys.
Happy Spring.
All right.
Happy
Have a good one.
How are your guys' sprints?
Hey.
Hey.
Mine, I got like nothing done at all because I started feeling crappy all of a sudden, and I was just not feeling well, so I was just laying back. I decided to watch some TV. I decided to turn on Monster High the movie for the billionth time this month because I have a slight obsession. I'm obsessed with this movie. I am. I'm not afraid of it. So yeah, I'm just currently rewatching that movie again.
Nice. I got a little bit further into this book. I started the audiobook because I have it physically. See how big this is? It's pretty big.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm doing the physical book and then the audiobook hybrid. I definitely prefer reading it myself because I don't know, the audio isn't so great. Oh, nice hat. Nice hat.
Thank you.
Hey, was that the last sprint? Doesn't have to be. I don't think so. We've only done 2, so depends on how long people can go for. So, how was your progress, Tabby?
It was pretty good, and I was trying to finish up the paragraph before I came back, and got some more stuff down. I think I'm getting close to the end of this chapter, and I'm excited. I'm excited to reach the end of this chapter because it's going to be a bit of like a oh crap like moment for the main character. So be like,
I love
yeah,
those scenes.
yeah.
Nice.
And Joharra, I'm sorry you weren't feeling well.
Thanks. I just started feeling lightheaded. It came out of nowhere, so
Oh,
Yeah, that can be the worst.
yeah. So I'm just relaxing, watching the Monster High the movie.
yeah.
How was your progress, Robin? Nothing?
No, I'm still feeling just really tired, and I just can't focus on it.
This is just
Yeah.
a hangout, This is the Halloween hangout,
Yeah.
Right. So that's what it's gonna be for me tonight. I think is just
Okay.
hanging with you guys.
Yeah. Did you hear what we were saying? I don't
No,
know.
I went to get something to drink. I thought I had time
Yeah,
before you
yeah.
guys came back, but
So
apparently not.
I was just telling Joharra, I think Tabby, you heard. But so I read a little bit more into the book. I'm still very much still on chapter 1. Yeah, it's very much gonna take a while for this thing to start, So like, I gotta be patient. But I was saying I started the audiobook so that I can, besides having it physically, I can also kind of like have it absorbed. But I definitely prefer my internal narration versus the actual audiobook. It's a little like, I don't know what it is. There's something pitchy about it or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I will do the audiobook. I'm not sure, but I think I might try just myself. But maybe I need a break. I don't know, like a break for the night, Like
Yeah.
I'm reading Serpent and Dove. I'm trying a fantasy book out. We're gonna see what happens. It's like all the things that are like hard for me. It's a fantasy. It's 500 plus pages. It's probably a slower burn kind of story, which I much prefer fast paced. So it's like all sorts of things that are like bad for me. But also, Throne of Glass was a fantasy. It was, I think, slower paced. I can't recall for sure, but it was third person perspective. And I almost never liked that. And I liked that book. I even rated it 5 stars. So sometimes I have to be a little nice about it. And also the 100 last month, I enjoyed that, and that was for third person.
Nice.
So sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's
I was
very
saying that
worthwhile to go outside your comfort zone.
Right.
True. You
So,
never
what
know.
were you saying, Joharra?
Before you came on, before you came on, I was saying that I had all of a sudden wasn't feeling that well, so
Oh,
I
I'm
just
sorry to
decided
hear
to
that.
turn. Thanks. Yeah. I got lightheaded and it came out of nowhere. So I decided to just relax, and I couldn't really focus today, anyways, for my book, sadly. So hopefully tomorrow will be
Right?
a better writing day if I get some done. So I guess it's just a universal thing. Like no one can focus today, but
Apparently.
remainder of these sprints, I'll just be watching TV. I decided to turn on Monster High the movie again because I'm obsessed.
Nice.
So
How
I'm
many
watching
times have you seen it so far?
that. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's not like an over. It's not like a terrible amount. It's not like I've watched like 100 times already, even though it's been a month. But I think I've seen it a decent amount of times.
I've only seen it the once, that's why I asked.
So I've seen it probably at least 5 times, honestly.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, I'm almost done with my second second rewatch of the month of the Owl House season 2. I only have
Mhm.
2 episodes left, the finale, the 2-part finale, and I'm just sad. I'm just like, no, it's not. I can't go and watch season 3, episode 2 because it's not out yet. It just makes me so annoyed. I'm like, I want to see the rest of it, but it's such a good show. So it's like I just am like, and I circle back, watch it again. But yeah, it's so good.
Nice. Yeah, I plan to finally catch up on the Owl House and Miraculous. For Miraculous, I'm planning on rewatching the entire show because it has been a hot minute since I have rewatched, and I do want to catch up because I love that show. I don't have a hate love relationship with like Tiffany. I just plain out love it.
I have a hate that it's not. There's no love there. It's a hate. It's just like, oh, I've committed the time. I just need to see it. But I'm glad at least finally they're doing a little something much more competent than what they have been.
well, well, I'm loving it, and I want to rewatch it before I catch up. And Owl House, I'm debating on rewatching it before catching up, but it hasn't
You
been
should
as long
rewatch
since
it.
I've been
You
seeing it.
should rewatch it. You should.
So I plan on catching up on those throughout November. So
What's the last episode of The Owl House you've seen?
I don't remember. I'll have to.
It's probably somewhere in season 2.
Probably. I know I saw when Luz and Amity got together.
Yeah.
And I think I saw a couple episodes after that, at least.
Okay, then
I'll have to look on Hulu because I'm sure that has my
you
progress.
need to make sure you're up to date because, like, this is season 2 is very plot driven. Like, you need to watch each episode. You don't want to watch out of order. It gets, I'd be like, oh no, you know this information that has to be revealed naturally. Oh, it's so well done.
Honestly, the last thing I actually remember, whether or not it's the last episode I watched is another thing. It's just the last thing that I can remember off the top of my head was when Luz finally talked to her mom.
Oh yes, yeah, that's yesterday's lie, episode 10. So
I have to look on Hulu because I'm sure that has my progress.
Yeah, so that's probably the last one you were at because they already got together for that. So
Yeah. I'm behind on so many shows.
what shows are you guys watching, Tabby and Robin?
I think you might be muted.
There seems to be a problem. It doesn't show muted here, but I guess it's not working.
Oh, let's see.
It's not working. No. Uh-oh. It's gonna fix it. So what have you been watching, Robin?
Let's see. I was watching and I just finished recently Fruits Basket. I like read all the books in like my very early teens and I was really obsessed with it back then. and they had a show for it around the same time, but like the show was coming out, I think faster than the books were, so it kind of like wasn't accurate to what the books were, and then it was canceled before like the story could be completed. So I never really watched much of the original show, but they then like rebooted it a few years ago, and then like this reboot of the show is like entirely the same thing as the book. Like it is so accurate to what the books are.
I think Alyssa watched that or read the books or both. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, that's really cool. So yeah, it's been kind of fun for me to like revisit something that I really liked when I was younger, and um definitely hits a lot differently now. I'm actually like I didn't realize how deep it was back then, and now like watching it now I'm like, oh no, like I relate to this on so many levels, and like it's like really sad. Um but yeah, they did a really good job with it, and I'm sad that it's over now. It's okay. Um, and then I just started watching the new season of American Horror Story, and I just saw the first episode, and I enjoyed it, but my like the pattern for like the past few seasons is I like the first episode or the first few episodes, and then the rest of the season is garbage.
That's so
So
interesting.
to me, that is my toxic show relationship that I have is American Horror Story. I keep coming back every year.
Oh my god, I'm so behind on that show. Like, I don't even know. Honestly, I don't know. I want to continue because I have heard bad things. I'm pretty sure Fantasia's caught up or is only a season behind or something. I'm pretty sure.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure she's a lot further than I am. I have watched the first 3 seasons, and that's about it.
I only watched
You're
the
not missing much.
first. I only watched the first episode of it. I was like, I'm done. That's too much for me.
It is definitely, yeah, a horror show, so there's a lot of horror in it,
I
but
love.
it works for me. I like the earlier seasons. It's been a
Right.
while since I've actually liked one of the other seasons.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah.
I was just gonna ask. So what about you, Tabby? Any shows you've been getting into or movies?
Can you hear me okay now?
We can hear
Okay,
you,
good.
thank God.
My earbuds keep wanting to disconnect from the iPad. It's really annoying. But honestly, the only show I've really watched lately has been the Great British Baking Show.
Yes, I've
I
been
just love
watching
that
that
show so
too!
much. I did end up watching, and I don't usually watch just straight dramas. Usually I watch some kind of like action-y show or like sci-fi or fantasy or something like that. But I watched The Dropout on Hulu, which I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's about a
Oh,
someone named Elizabeth Holmes who like made this company called Theranos, and it turned out to be a gigantic like fraud thing. Like she was advertising it as like a medical, biomedical like miracle sort of machine, like that could test your blood for anything with just like a little drop instead of taking, like the full stuff from your veins. And it turned out to be like a giant fraud. And so I watched that and it was really interesting. That's probably like the last show I've watched that isn't just like an occasional episode of something here or there. I always like if I'm bored, I like go and watch something like the X-Files or yeah, it's kind of what I watched recently, I guess. That and Great British Baking Show has been my
Are you
my
watching the
go-to.
most recent season of British Bake Off?
I am,
Who are
yes.
you rooting for?
Now that I think they're down to like 5 or 6 people, right?
Yeah, I think it's semifinals.
I really like Sandro. He seems like a really sweet
Yeah.
guy. And Shabira like
Mhm.
continues to amaze me with like how interesting her flavor combinations are. So, and she also seems like a really sweet person. Like they all seem really
Yeah,
nice.
I
Like I would
know.
be friends with any of them.
They're
But
all amazing, yeah.
yeah, exactly. So, I think those two I'm kind of like um they've Sandro seems to like really he's like improved throughout the show, so I see him
Yes.
as like he might make it to the end and really be able to deliver. And Shabira's kind of been consistently like really good, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I was kind of sad that Kevin got kicked off, even though he was been struggling
So
lately.
hard. I honestly, I thought I think Shabira was no, who was in the bottom that I thought was gonna go? But yeah, I was expecting whoever else was in the bottom to go instead of him. I was surprised
Okay.
that Kevin was the one eliminated. Now I'm like confused. But I remember whoever else it
Right.
was one of my favorites. Shabir is my favorite, and then I really like Yanush.
Oh yeah, he's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good night. So yeah, no, I'm so obsessed with Bake Off though.
I know. It's like it's so fun. It's like it makes me
It's
hungry.
so yeah, and it's such like a feel good show too that
It
like I
is. It
don't
very
really
much
like
is.
competition shows, but like this one's like about the food and everyone's so
Mhm.
nice.
Yes.
So I have a question.
Oh, go
Sorry.
ahead. I was just gonna finish up with what Tina said.
Yeah, you can finish that, and then I'll ask my question.
Okay. So lately I've been watching Bridgerton. I never had any interest in it, or any of the books other than the first. But recently I decided to reread book 1, watch season 1, read book 2, watch season 2. I absolutely loved the book 2, which was very surprising. The show was good, definitely enjoyable and fun, but it's very different from the books. Interesting.
So, is there anything like coming to Netflix or something that you guys are excited to watch?
Yes, I do. I have one. Give me just 1 second. I have one to say. I am so excited for Manifest season 4 to come out. I love that show so much, and I was like, you cannot kill off this show. They were gonna cancel it.
Yeah.
It's gonna get killed, and I'm so glad that Netflix was like, there's enough people that want to watch this show, so we're gonna do it. Because I'm like, you cannot leave me hanging like this. That is such a good show. Even though some points I don't like, but I need to know what happens. The mystery has me so captivated. I need to know why. Why were they on that plane? What is it all about? I need to know. I have answers. I need answers. Okay, anyway.
Which show is that?
Manifest.
Okay.
It's such a good show.
Saying Netflix reminded me. Oh yeah, I did watch the 4th season of Stranger Things. Lately,
yeah.
finally caught up on that.
What did you think of it?
I thought it was alright. Like, I thought it was pretty good. I liked it a lot better than the 3rd season. The 3rd season I thought got really, like, kind of bloated, or like there was just so many people, and some people just had nothing to do.
This is what
this
I
one,
keep saying.
yeah, I just didn't like it that much. And then the 4th season, like, there was still a big cast, but I felt like they split them up better so that it was a little more focused with the plot line. And there were some really great moments I enjoyed, like their usage of the song, the Running Up That Hill. Like, I think they really did a good job with integrating that into the effects of the show, and then also just making the moments really dramatic. And yeah, I guess I think the next season is the last one, so we'll see how that all goes down. It's going to be something.
Yeah, I personally didn't really enjoy season 4, even though I did like the last 2 episodes. I thought they were well done. I definitely was like, oh, this is much better quality, more my thing, because people are more, they kind of more came together, which I definitely prefer that more. I thought it was very good, even though now I'm like, we're gonna have to wait multiple years for the next one, which is just so unfair. It's like, what comes next?
Right.
I'm really excited for You season 4, which is the only show I'm interested in with the release date. I watched You season 1 and 2. I did like season 1. I didn't like season 2 as much. I definitely didn't like Love. I don't know why. There are so many people who like her. I'm like, I can't stand her. And then, not to spoil anyone, but something happens as a reveal in season 2, and I hated that even more. So, and I was not going to watch season 3. And what I've heard about season 3, I'm like, I don't want to watch that. And I think I'm done with the show,
My mom loves that show, and so does my sister.
Nice. I'm also really excited for Outer Banks season 3 and Virgin River season 5. Nice.
Apparently, I'm in the minority about the whole Stranger Things thing, because season 3 is my favorite.
Oh, really? Hey, you know what? Everybody's going to like something different about it, I'm sure.
Season 4, I mean, I liked it. I did have more issues with it than season 3, and Tiffany knows what my biggest issue with is. Robin, have you finally watched it? Because I do not want to spoil you.
Oh yeah, I've seen all of Stranger
Okay,
Things now.
because I
Yeah.
know when we were first talking about it, you hadn't watched it yet. So
Yeah.
since now everyone here has watched it, the Nancy and Steve thing, I hated that storyline. Nancy and Steve.
Yeah, I was kind of like, do we really have to do this?
Yeah,
Right.
especially since it came out of nowhere. I mean, it was obvious from the beginning, even when Nancy and Steve were like the ship in season 1, that Nancy and Jonathan had more of a bond, more of chemistry, and um, and then in season 2 was all about Nancy moving on from Steve and being with Jonathan, who she's supposed to be with. And in season 3, Nancy and Steve have 0 scenes, just the two of them. The only scene that Nancy and Steve really have together is when Steve and Robin come to save the group.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden now they have feelings for each other again. Like what?
Yeah.
I have such a buck wild thing to say regarding Nancy, but I kind of started shipping her with Robin in this season.
They did seem to have kind of like a.
A lot of people on Twitter do. Me,
Yeah.
I'm still a Nancy and Jonathan shipper through and through. And I mean, the actors are dating in real life, which I find
Oh,
are
that's
very
really
adorable.
Oh, they are.
cute.
We've been dating since the very beginning, apparently.
Oh, that's
Interesting.
adorable. Yeah, I thought they were
Yeah.
kind of hinting towards them getting together because you have that whole plot in the beginning where like Robin likes a girl, but she's not sure if she's like, into women, and then like her and Nancy keep having adventures together, and I'm like, there's like the teasing with like Steve again, and I'm like,
Mhm.
dude, she's totally gonna end up with Robin just to piss Steve off. Like her and Jonathan are falling apart. Like I honestly thought that was what was gonna happen.
Well, I'm a Nancy and Jonathan shipper, and they better end up together at the end. A lot of people on Twitter I've noticed is also starting to ship Mike and Will, and I hope. Thank you. I hope Will gets a boyfriend because I think the actor who plays Will finally admitted that his character's gay because it's the first time it was actually said.
Right.
It was
Oh, yeah.
I
implied.
feel like
It
he
was
was hinting pretty strongly at that.
Yeah, but no one ever from the actual creators or cast had actually said it. But I think I heard that the actor finally said yes, Will is gay. He's in love with Mike. But Mike is definitely in love with 11, and they are my favorite ship, and they better be endgame.
I don't like Mike and Eleven together, but I also don't like Will and Mike together either.
You're just like Mike going a corner.
Everyone should like break up and date the people I want them to date instead.
I definitely feel, because I've seen some opinions. I mean, I'm not really like caring too much about like what's going on with Nancy. I feel like even though she was totally badass multiple times throughout season 4, I just don't feel like there was enough with her. I know there's other things, other priorities happening, but it's like, like I need to have some sort of character going to care. But I definitely, if I had to pick between her with Nancy or her with Steve or her alone, I'd go with her alone. I think she could do better without either of them. But I don't know yet. Like we're gonna have to see what they do with the show.
We'll see.
They'll probably still stick her with Jonathan, like you want Joharra, but
That's kind of what I see happening too. Like, I would imagine they'll have things get like fixed up or repaired or whatever between her and Jonathan and Steve. Maybe he'll find somebody for him, or he'll just like his character growth will lead him to a point where he's like, you know what, I'll be okay. I don't need like
Yes.
yeah. So hopefully things work out the way I guess that makes sense. That's all I want. I just want something to make sense.
that's a fair point on what you're saying, because honestly, like Steve's better single and just being the babysitter for the kids. Like he's good in that role,
Yeah.
But
He's gonna grow up, be a single father, and adopt like 6 kids.
There you go.
The ultimate
6 kids. That's what he said,
Yeah.
So yeah.
You can adopt them by himself. Like, come on, that's fine with him.
I mean, those parents have no idea what's going on with their kids. So
Right.
Except for Joyce and Hopper. Like they're the only ones that are in the loop about anything.
Yeah. So Tina says, yeah, I also love. Tiffany, I'm going to try to say this in the least spoiler way as possible. By the end of season 3, Joe is still being Joe, if you know what I mean. Don't worry, I have seen spoilers about that. love sacrifices don't change who Joe is. Like I care about what happens to love. I don't care. I'm pleased with what happened to her. I know people who liked love would be like, no, and I'm like, I don't care. But at the same time, I don't. It's kind of like I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was going to say.
I don't know if you guys heard, but the Stranger Things creators had actually said that they're not going to add any new characters for season 5.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Okay, yeah, thank goodness, because there's a lot.
No, they just keep on adding a list. It's like, stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said it's going to be hard not to because they love adding new characters, but they want it to be about the main group. And this season is also supposed to focus more on Will because I feel like even though it kind of started with him and his disappearance, he kind of became like a side character, a minor character.
Yeah.
And this season
It's just
He
like
did.
everything.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to have him kind of like step up character wise and be able to become forefront again, and yeah, I'll enjoy seeing that.
Well, for November releases, I know Enola Holmes 2 is supposed to come out, which I'm very excited for. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but it stars Millie Bobby Brown, who plays Elizabeth.
Yeah.
I'll probably watch that. I watched the first one and it was cute. I do get a little tired of like Sherlock Holmes reboots because there's so many, or not reboots, but like, retellings or
Yeah.
I've never actually seen one. Like, I've never really watched Sherlock Holmes ever. Not any of the originals, not any of the reboots. And maybe that's why I ended up loving this movie because I'm not like tired of it because it's not like I've ever actually seen any of them.
But I did think Millie did a really good job in the first one. I thought she really brought the character to life, and I enjoyed her performance more than I enjoyed anything else about the movie.
I really enjoyed it. And then November 1st, tomorrow, I'm going to be busy binge watching season 2 of Young Royals because that's dropping. And I'm so excited because I've been waiting forever for season 2 of Young Royals.
Nice.
I think that's it. I think that's all the things I'm excited for. And then there's also Manifest season 4, but I really need to catch up because I still haven't watched season 3. I love that show, but I just got so behind on all my shows, and now it's hard to catch up.
Yeah. Tomorrow I'm gonna see. Wait, what is it called? Let me find the show. What is it? Shoot. It's the movie that just recently came out. It is Ticket to Paradise with Julia Roberts and George Clooney. So I'm gonna watch that movie tomorrow with my mom. That should be fun. I hope. It looks good. And what I liked about the trailer is the fact that it had jokes instead of just showing you every single plot point. Yes. So I'm hoping the movie is solid because a movie that's similar was The Lost City. We watched that a couple of months ago, and that wasn't really my thing. Like, it had some cute elements, but also wasn't that great. So I want this movie to be good. It's like, let there be a good movie. Unfortunately, this year, there haven't been too many movies I want to go see in theaters, you know?
Right? I think,
same.
Like, possibly the only movie I went to see in the theaters this year, I think, was just the new Fantastic Beasts. I think that's the only movie I went out to see. And that one, like, I only went to see it because I'm committed at this point. It's one of those things.
Just like Miraculous for me.
Right, and like I absolutely did not like the second movie in the series. I have so much beef with it. This one kind of brought it back again. And also I love Mads Mikkelsen. Like, he's one of my favorite actors. He did a fantastic job in it. So it wasn't my favorite, but it was worth seeing once. I don't know if I'm ever going to rewatch this series because, yeah, that second movie was just like, what were the writers on when they wrote this? So
I agree. It made little sense to me.
It does not make any sense. So I've like looked up YouTube videos of people like dissecting the plot and trying to explain it, and it's just like, this doesn't make any sense at all. There's too much going on.
Right.
Maybe they were high when they were making the story, you know?
It had to be more than just pot. Let me tell you that. Like,
that's so crazy. Yeah, I just find that so weird how like some stories that don't like it's not like a good story, but then they're putting millions of dollars into stories like this. It's like why? Like in besides just the movie book videos I've made this month, I've also been doing movie videos, and I mentioned because one of the videos I made was reviewing the movies I've seen in theaters this year, and the last one was Jurassic World Dominion, and I just mentioned about the fact that, have you guys seen it?
No.
Okay, it's not good. Don't watch it. But I just mentioned the fact that it's like I do find it crazy that now just all that they need to worry about is it something that has made money before? Is it a well-known name? Just all we need is that title and we're set to go. And then they throw out the trashiest script you've ever even heard of. And it just doesn't make sense to me that you put all this money in and it's like you couldn't even attempt to be semi-competent with the writing. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. So I definitely feel that, and it's just disappointing to me. I mean, hopefully I do want to be a filmmaker in the future. Hopefully I can turn it around, but I don't know. It's a shame.
They need more. They need talent in there for sure, because it feels like they're just kind of half-assing a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, totally.
I am going to head out. I've got some things I got to do, and my back is aching in this chair. So I will see you all later. Thank you so much for having me, and it was a true pleasure seeing everybody again. And we'll see you next time.
Thanks so much for joining.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Night.
Thank you. You too.
Would you guys want to do a sprint at 30?
Yeah.
A quote-unquote sprint, because Joharra and I are just watching TV.
Right.
Well, I'm like I said, I think I need to take a bit of a pause from.
Oh, you can also
from
watch
this one. Hey, we're just hanging out, This is a Halloween hangout, right?
This is a TV sprint.
Is it?
TV sprint, yeah. No, but it's fun though because I'm sure you guys know it's fun to like watch a movie with friends and then talk about it after. And it's like we've cut out the watching with, but we still can talk after. So it's great. I think I might for this sprint watch the next episode of The Owl House because it's such a good show. I love this show. I will be so heartbroken and sad, Robin, if you don't like the show. I feel like, what is your problem? Do you have a brain if you don't like it?
I think hate's a strong word. I think, like, worst case scenario, I might be underwhelmed by it.
Sure, yeah.
But I cannot foresee me hating it because I don't feel that way about like cartoons usually. Like I usually either really like them or I'm like.
I mean, this show is so well done. Like it really is. Like Gravity Falls and The Owl House, they're like right there,
Gravity Falls.
I love Gravity Falls.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
I love Gravity Falls. It's amazing. Oh, actually, so I will not spoil anything. I will not spoil anything. Something from The Owl House inspired me and brought me to be like, I should rewatch Sock Opera. I rewatched that episode. I won't say why. I rewatched that episode with Zipper and everything, and yeah, it was really fun to rewatch that episode. I definitely think it's one of my favorite episodes of that show, or at least the elements with Zipper, because obviously I don't like the whole lame thing with Mabel and Gabe and everything. It's like, come on, girl, stop being so boy crazy. And I still really appreciate, because I've seen some people after the show, they have like little like discussions and they talk about how Mabel's character so much of the time every other character sacrifices for her and she does nothing, and even though the show semi-addressed it, she never apologizes, and I just think that's so trash. So I've never hated Mabel, but also I don't appreciate how they handled her character in the sense that
Yeah.
she does so many awful things and never has a lesson to be learned.
Right.
And it was interesting because there's this channel that like has the commentary tracks from the DVD, and so Alex Hirsch, the creator, he talked about how he really wanted to prioritize Dipper learning a lesson, and I understand, but you still have such a big primary character, and she screws up a lot. Like, why wouldn't
Yeah.
you have her learn lessons? And I just think that's pretty trashy,
Like on one hand, I understand like Dipper is technically the main character in the
Right?
story, and Mabel's
Yeah,
kind of like having this very normal quote unquote like meeting friends and like being
yeah,
crazy about boys versus Dipper's trying to solve this mystery. But on the other hand, like there's so much parallels between Dipper and Mabel and Stan and Ford, and you would think that because like their whole plot, Stan and Ford's whole plot is like their inability to get along and like, Stan being very selfish, and Ford also being selfish sometimes too, and like how that messed everything up for them and, brought Bill Cipher into the world. You think like the same thing would happen with, that they would have to resolve that between Dipper and Mabel as well because they are so paralleled in characters.
yeah,
So yeah, it
exactly.
should have been like a finale thing, I think, that Mabel had to make a sacrifice or Mabel had to
Yeah, at
somehow make
least,
it up to Dipper, you know?
yeah, some sort of accountability for her character. I definitely feel. Oh, what's that? That was interesting. All right. I think now's a good time to start. So, what are you going to be watching, Robin?
I started watching like the first 15 minutes of Nightmare on Elm Street because it's
Oh,
Halloween, so I
nice.
might as well
How is
watch
it
a
so far?
I've seen Johnny Depp, baby Johnny Depp in this. I would not recognize him if you guys didn't prepare me for him. And otherwise, like, I love the 80s music, like the like soundtrack in the background is really
Oh,
good. And so far it seems like a very standard like horror setup where it's like, okay, you got like these rowdy teens, oh, they're about to do it, and like, but like then the scary guy's gonna come and
yeah.
punish them for doing it, like, um, so yeah, not scary so far. I
I tell me when you finish it, or just text me throughout and be like, oh my gosh, this, oh my gosh, that, because I really love to know your thought process.
I'll be like, Joharra, I can't sleep tonight.
I,
Freddy's
I,
gonna get
I was
me.
about to say, I'm like, while I'm happy that you're starting this show, I'm a little surprised that it's like, we were just talking about not watching something alone at night.
It's Halloween. Like I gotta watch a horror film for Halloween.
Ah,
I think I might have like, ooh, hi Catherine. I might have just like really built it up in my head because I think when I first learned what it was about, like when I was a kid, like it really scared me, and I think I've just held that fear and like until now. Because I think if I watched this movie as a child, there's a few moments I happen to write down like that would freak me out, like that would upset me, like if I watched it as a child.
totally. No, I understand what you mean, but I still find it interesting with one movie, A Christmas Carol, the one with Robert Zemeckis, the animated one that he directed. First time I watched it, I was still a kid. I was okay with it. We watched it at some point years later when I was a teenager, and it gave me the creeps. So I
I
guess it just
hate that
depends.
one.
I definitely agree with what people say. While I still enjoy the Polar Express, I understand when people say like both of those movies have some very wonky
Oh
animation.
no, I love the Polar Express. I think that one
Right?
looks beautiful. The Christmas Carol one, screw that one. That one
Yeah,
looks awful. Everyone looks
so true.
terrible in that one.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
absolutely hate it.
Totally. So we will be back at '05. We all of us will be watching something, but anyone who's joining in, Catherine, if you want to let us know what you're working on, we'd love to know, and we'll get back to share our progress. And Robin, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I'll
You'll be
be I'll
okay.
be I'll be
It's
messaging
just
you
a
guys like,
movie.
why did you let me do this? That was such a bad idea.
Okay. Oh, what did everybody do for Halloween? All I
This.
got is this. This is all I got. Did I do anything? What did I do today? Oh, I watched some shows. I rewatched some shows, and that's it. Not much of a productive day.
Yeah, I haven't done much either. I did my other live earlier today for my book release
Oh
today.
yeah, I gotta
And
rewatch
then
that.
yeah, and then which was a lot of fun. I did a lot of marketing today, especially for the Realm Monsters since it is now available to buy. So I'm excited about that. And I've been rewatching Every Which Way, so I did that earlier today too.
What about you, Rob?
I pretty much worked today, and then I'm doing this right now, and I'm watching Nightmare on Elm Street for the very
Nice.
first time. Never seen it before.
Nice. That reminds me, I did make a video today, so I did my
Ooh.
top songs and artists of October. So I posted that on my movie channel. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe I will have it as a multimedia channel because
Yeah.
these TV shows and music. I have to see it, but I did like it, and also I'm glad that I figured it out because at first I was like, well, how am I going to be able to find my top songs? And I was glad I went on my profile and you can see your top 50 songs from the last month. I was like, yay! So I'm very happy about that. Okay, so I guess we'll change that to 7. 57. We will be back. Wait, did I click the wrong one? Yes, I did. No, I'm messing up. Hold on. I clicked the wrong one. So stupid. Okay. And now I got it. We will be back. Wait, why do I have it as reading? Some people will be reading. The rest of us will be watching. We'll be back. Right, how are your sprints?
Hi.
Hey, good sprint?
Yeah, I only have like half an hour left in this movie. And as you probably know, since I mentioned I rewatched this movie a lot, I love this movie. I'm getting close to the ending fight with, the bad guy. I don't want to say in case anyone in the chats haven't watched the movie yet, but because it was kind of a twist about who the bad guy was. But yeah, I love this movie, and I saw the song Three of Us, which is actually my favorite song from this movie. I don't know if you knew that. Uh, but and I haven't told you this yet, Robin, but I didn't want to forget to tell you. But ever since I see this movie, me and Porcelain, who's as obsessed with this movie as I am, we have changed the way we do high fives. We now do them like Frankie.
Oh,
So
really? Oh, the
yes, we will just do
we,
this for high
we do
five.
this.
Like
Yeah.
like this, that's so out. We do it like this.
This. High five.
Yes, literally. There's so every time Porcelain and I are together, I'll be like, okay, high five, and we both will do this, like for no reason.
That's so
We're so
cute.
obsessed with it.
Oh, nice.
How's the movie, Robin?
So I'm at 42 minutes in, and you saying, like, how is everyone's sprints, like, scared me.
Oh no way, I'm so sorry.
You're fine. I'm, like, watching this, and so, like, the girl's, like, running away from, like, Freddy, and then she just wakes up from her dream, and then you say that, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, you were like the
It was so
tension was
focused.
there, and then it's just
Yeah.
like, "Whew." Oh, just like when someone does that.
Look
Like
at that.
if
Freddy?
you're all sorts fine, woo doesn't mean anything. But when you're like high tension, it's like, ah!
Yeah.
That is so funny, but also I'm sorry I didn't know.
No, it was really it made me laugh, because
But is the movie scary?
it's, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's so much scary, it is very thrilling. I really like the practical effects in this movie. There's, like, a lot of, like, gross, like, goop and, like, bugs and stuff that are making me like, oh, and, like, that's, like, kind of exciting for me. So yeah, I've been really enjoying it so far.
That's
I
good.
definitely understand the appeal of this movie. Like, I would totally watch this with my friends with like for like Halloween to like watch something kind of thrilling and kind of spooky.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah.
I am 2/3 of the way into my episode. I still have 8 minutes left. Good as per usual, but it just makes me sad that not too much longer, and I'm gonna be like, I'm back on that Owl House hiatus. Like, it's basically like I don't know what's gonna happen. Hopefully Manifest season 4 will distract me or something. But I definitely need something to pacify me. That's why today worked out nicely with some of watching Miraculous, and it was actually semi-competent. I need something to distract me from it because now I'm just like, I guess I'll just keep rewatching
Right,
season
just
1,
start
2,
it from the
and 4,
beginning
and 3
again.
over and over until it finally comes, and then I'll have to wait till the hiatus for episode 3. So the finale, I just can't believe this show is ending. Sounds like fun, Robin.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it.
That's good. Yeah, I feel like a movie like this, since you're not that big into horrors, is good for you because it was made in the 80s. So, like,
Yeah.
horror movies back then, I mean, they could still be scary for the time, but
Mhm.
nowadays, things have come a long way since then. So,
Yeah, I feel like whenever I watch like an 80s movie, like I kind of almost get hung up on like looking at the practical effects rather than be like, "Ooh, like that's disgusting." It's like, "Oh, like that's really cool how they did that." Like I can kind of tell like
yeah.
what they were doing there. So
Nice.
it adds like another layer of fun to it for me.
Definitely. My mom
Like I
and I
know
have
it's not
actually,
real, you know.
oh yeah. My mom and I have actually been thinking about rewatching Nightmare on Elm Street because it's been a while since we've seen it, and it is both of our like one of our favorites. That and
Mhm.
Scream. Those are like the only real horror movies she really watches. I mean, I got her into a few nowadays, thankfully. So I got her into a few, but those are the first ones I watched, so they have like this special place in my heart. So
Mhm.
I love them, and I did do a Scream rewatch rather recently when because I finally watched the fifth one, which is the newest one, because they brought it back because they
They
always
bringing everything back.
yes. So I rewatched them so I can watch the fifth one. Yeah. So
Nice. Yeah, you should totally rewatch it. I just watched The Shining for the first time this past weekend, actually, and I did have a really good time with it too. That one, like I was saying earlier, feels more like an atmospheric kind of horror film and like maybe a little bit of psychological too. I mean, there was some like quote unquote magic in it too, but I think the main thing that drove the guy to kill the other people was more psychological than anything else. Um, but yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one too, and I really like all the works I've seen by that director who did it, and I can't think of his name, Stanley Kubrick. Yeah, everything I've seen by him is really amazing, really aesthetically, like so interesting to look at.
Yeah. Robin, have you ever seen Split? M. Night Shyamalan directed it.
I haven't, no.
wait,
I've
who
heard
did you say?
Splits.
No, the director.
M. Night Shyamalan.
Oh yeah, he's the director of the Avatar: Last Airbender live action movie. Oh,
He's done The Sixth Sense and other stories. Don't discount him just like that.
Like
But
literally, he's a
he's
very good
done some
director, but
flawed stuff.
somehow he did Avatar and
Well,
then did it absolutely bad.
I've heard people say that like he's got some really good stuff, and then he comes up with like I Know the Happening was his movie. I never
Oh, I
watched
didn't
it,
watch
but
that.
people have said
No.
bad things about it. So I guess he's kind of like does good stuff, then he does bad stuff. So, but I recommend you watch Split. It's one of my favorite movies. I really liked it, but there's a reason why I really liked it. I won't say why. It was just a
Mm.
bummer that someone said something that got me so excited about the movie, and it turned out not to be the way someone said about it. So I won't say
Oh.
what it is. I don't want
Mhm.
to get you all excited. It definitely brightened my experience of the movie, but it also disappointed me once I figured out that's not actually what they meant. So I won't say why. Once you watch it, then I'll tell you. But you should watch it. It's good.
Yeah, I'll have to see if I can get that on any of my streaming services.
Yeah. I
My
know
streaming
I have the
services.
DVD. I don't know if like there's one of those digital copy things, but anyway.
I was gonna open up Netflix, but then I knew it would autoplay as soon as I open it. I
Right.
hate that. Like, I
No,
don't want to
it
hear
really
it.
is a dumb feature. It's like, yeah, I just want to start looking. I don't want to be blasted with it.
Right. Yeah, it's so annoying.
my mom's here. Say hi.
Hi.
Hi. I
Thanks
told
for
her
joining.
about our TV sprints, and she is baffled that this is your first time watching the Nightmare on Elm Street.
Very first time. Like I said, like when I was younger, someone told me what it was about, and I was so scared. Like I was like, if I watched that movie, I would not sleep because I would be like, Freddy's gonna get me. So I didn't watch it for so many years, and now I'm older and I've experienced other horror films that I've been okay with. So now I'm like, okay, I think I'm ready to try this, and I've been enjoying it. I'm like almost halfway through with it.
Would you
Right.
say for someone who just really doesn't do horror movies, would you recommend it, or would you say,
For you, Tiffany, I'm gonna say no.
yeah,
Because I know some things from Stranger Things season 4 bothered you, and
yeah,
this movie reminds me a lot of that season, but on steroids.
yeah, yeah.
What?
Like
So
now,
I don't think it would be for you.
yeah, you're totally right. Good for me to know. But that just reminds me, like, I just find it so interesting when something really affects you negatively, and then
Mhm.
you just keep being exposed to it over and over again. I wouldn't call it exposure therapy per se, but just like you get desensitized to something, and now I probably wouldn't care, but oh, it was awful, and I can't believe all the people who just hyped up all the limbs cracking. Oh, I hated that stuff.
You know, I
Uh,
didn't like that actually about this season.
I'm
I
glad
don't
you
know
didn't.
why. I think because it's so different for Stranger Things, I didn't like them going in such a drastically different direction for
Yeah.
season 4, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like I signed up for Stranger Things season 1. Like I did not sign
Mhm.
up for Stranger Things season 4. Oh, did not.
Yeah. Season 3 is definitely my favorite. Apparently, that's an unpopular opinion among us. That's my sister Porcelain's favorite season too. But season 4, I I was trying to figure out like what my exact rating is for the 4 seasons, and season 3 is obviously number 1. Then I decided season 1 was second, and I think season 4 will be after season 1 because season 2 is my least favorite, and I don't even know why. I still like the season; it's just my least favorite. It's the one I rewatched the least and everything, except for certain scenes that I absolutely love.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, season 2 is definitely my least favorite. I still like it. It's just not as good as the others in my opinion.
Yeah. I've given season 2 more of a chance. The first time I watched it, I was so disappointed because I mean, you're here. Stranger Things season 1 is here,
Yeah.
and really season 2 is here, and it's just such a letdown. But the more I've watched it, more I've been like okay with it. I'd say one of the things I dislike the most about it is the fact that like the whole season, 11 and Mike are separated, and I
Yeah.
understand why Hopper needed to protect her, but also he could have, and he could have eliminated Mike's depression. He was going through it. He thought she was dead.
Mhm.
It's terrible.
I
But
think like
there's other
I
things about it. Go
I
ahead.
like everything else about season 2 besides Eleven's plot. I kind of found her plot a little weird,
Oh,
or
that whole
especially
thing.
when she
Yeah,
goes away. That was kind of
yeah,
weird to
that
me.
was yeah, did not appreciate. Obviously there are some good parts about season 2, like the fact that you finally have Dustin and Steve team up. That was a
Mhm.
good connection. There are good things about it, but it's definitely not even close to season 1. What I find interesting about season 1 though is, like I said, I've rewatched season 1 a million times. Like I really have. Like I've rewatched it. And the thing is now, like I used to be able to watch it no problem. I'm still watching it if I rewatch it. But the difference is like the episodes where the guy comes back, the ex of Joyce comes back. Don't really like that part, or the
No, I
funeral, because
hate
it's
that
like
guy.
okay, we know he's alive, he's okay, well, somewhat okay. He almost dies. But yeah, that whole thing, that guy, the whole reason of why he came back was for the money. Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are definitely elements of season 1 I don't like as much anymore, but overall, season 1 was just so well done, and it just
It really
disappoints
was.
me that they just kept going with it. I understand why, but just what they did with it, not everything I appreciate about it.
Mhm.
Like, part of me is like, oh, they should have ended with season 1, but I also wouldn't have wanted full creative control for the Duffer Brothers because they were gonna kill 11. That's how it
Yeah.
was gonna end, and I'm not cool
So
with that.
stupid. I would have been okay with if it ended on season 1 rather than like have it be like Hopper's leaving Egos in the forest for like a feral 11. If he just adopted her at the end, kind of the I think like the ending to season 2 where he officially adopts her as
Right?
his daughter. I wish that was the ending of season 1 and then it could have ended
Yeah,
there and I would have been so happy with it.
that could have been cool.
Yeah, but
I
I don't. Sorry, I don't think that would be possible because like they didn't even meet until the very end. Like you needed to experience the journey of them getting close.
That is true, yeah.
Yeah, but I think there was enough guilt that he had because he kind of sold her out in order for them to save Will. That maybe he felt that like he has to protect her or something. I mean,
And also he had lost his daughter too, like that's
right?
still fresh to
Exactly.
him.
And Elle doesn't exactly have a father figure.
Right,
Because
that like they
Winter's
need each
crap.
other. Like,
First father figure out there. Terrible.
I feel
So
back to 11. She's just a child. She has so much trauma.
yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, honestly,
How,
I
how
feel so
many
bad.
characters don't though? You know.
True, but I don't think any of them are as bad as 11. Let's be real.
Yeah,
was
she
Well,
was
I was
literally a
just saying
human
in
lab rat.
general, like
Like,
shows in general. But so Robin, now that you're watching this, are there any horror or scary movies that you want to watch now that you haven't before?
yeah, I have a whole bunch on my list. I think I do want to watch the very first Jason movie, the Friday the 13th. Um,
I have something to say about that.
yeah, go for it. Do you like
So
it?
okay, no, like we watched it and it's like, wow, this is so poorly done. Like it's so obvious how like bad it is. You know, probably low
Hmm.
budget. I could be wrong, but like for what it was. Anyway, not scared at all, no problem. Here's the thing. I don't think this is really a spoiler because a jump scare is a jump scare. We all know about jump scares. But here's the thing, Robin. There was a jump scare at the very end because everything's fine. It seems like they're free. Everything's fine. She's just doing a little boat. Everything's fine. Jumps out of the water. Some creepy thing jumps out of the water, attacks her, and then some. I can't remember exactly. It's been so long since I watched it, but basically, it's like then she like wakes up on the boat and everything's fine, but then it starts the ominous music, and then the movie ends, and just it gave me such the creeps. No, that was like if a jump scare's gonna do well, that was a successful one, but also I hated that. I was so mad at it because I was like, hey, this movie was doing so good at not scaring me. How dare you?
Got you at the last moment.
They got me.
Your perfect record is broken.
Well, they had to scare you. They realized they could scare you throughout the movie, so they had to throw one up at the end.
Right, exactly.
Oh, I was so angry with it. I was like, ah. But anyway, now I'm sure if it was gonna freak you, I definitely won't because I told you what happened. But anyway, so any other movies you were saying?
Yeah, I think I have the Blair Witch Project on my watch list, which I don't know. I've heard like mixed reviews on it. I know it's very like fundamental horror, especially in the found footage genre. So I think I just kind of want to cross it off my list for that reason. Um, I don't know if Eraserhead counts as horror, but I have that on my list. I think that's. I don't want to mess up the director's name. I don't remember the director off the top of my head. It doesn't say on HBO. And then there's this movie called The Barbarian, which is an HBO exclusive, and one of the YouTubers that I like to watch for movie specific stuff, she covered it recently. And so basically, like, I know what happens in it because she does go into spoiler when she reviews the movies, but I'm like, that sounds interesting. I think I could watch that. And even though I know what's gonna happen in the end, and I don't really like the way it ends, according to her, I still think like the journey would be really exciting. So I want to watch that, and that's it for what's on HBO. I'm not gonna pull up my Netflix because, like I said,
Right.
it just auto plays.
Yeah, that's so
Um,
good when it does that. Yeah. I I forgot what I was gonna say. But I'm so looking forward to tomorrow. I don't know if you guys can hear something going. This is my fan. So, what happened on Friday is so there was like this noise, you know, kind of like right. And
yeah.
so I just assumed like, oh, my brother's in his room and his water's running. Okay,
Oh
no problem.
no.
But it kept whooshing, and I was like, what is that? So it turns out the blower for our AC upstairs, you know, it's like 10 years old, so it went kaput.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the person that could come and like try to fix it apparently so poorly rated and in 2022, so like, you know, we couldn't use them. Apparently, like they break more than they fix and other messed up stuff. So then a couple, maybe Saturday, my dad had someone come and at least to look at it to see like what the damage would be, and he said, what did he say? At least $1,000, I think,
My
or
gosh.
maybe more. I can't, or maybe more or less. I can't recall for sure. But we have the warranty, so
Yeah.
because it was either this could get done on Saturday, but
Yeah.
you have to pay way more, or we wait till Tuesday, aka tomorrow, and the warranty should hopefully clear most of this stuff. But
Yeah.
it's been torture. It's been awful. Even though I have this fan going and all sorts of things, it's just been so hot in the house. It's just awful. So I'm so looking forward to the AC being fixed. And so that's what I'm looking forward to, because I'm done with my October reading journal spread. So I want to film that. But I can't really film it tonight because the fan's going to be going and I don't want that audio to mess me up. So I'm like,
Right.
okay, I guess I'll wait. But yeah, I'm so glad to be done with this. Like, I thought, oh, till Tuesday we'll be fine. It's been awful. I mean, that is like almost 4 days. So.
That is hard too, and yeah, you're in a very hot, humid place too. So.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's been a mess, but I'm excited for it to finally like be over. You know.
That's what you get for living there. That's why I left. Well, that's one of the many reasons why I left. I just hated that place. Like, seriously, I hated Florida so much. I don't even
I
know
never
why.
lived in
I mean, I have many
Florida.
reasons, but reasons seem minor at times. And I'm like, why do these reasons bother me so much?
Yeah.
It just wasn't your place, you know? Like, you
True.
just didn't feel at home there.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind visiting mostly because my sister, the one that's a year younger than me, still lives there. Then
Nice.
my aunt still lives there, and then most of my closest friends, besides obviously my internet friends and then Alyssa, all live there. So visiting I don't mind to do because I get to see people that I care about again. But
Mhm.
ever living there again, no, I'd sooner die.
like part of it is really nice because I remember how awful the winters were. It is nice not to be dealing with winters, but at the same time, you just get the opposite extreme, really, really hot. And the problem is, most of the time, it's happened both ways. My dad doesn't want to put enough money into the heating when it's freezing cold. He also doesn't want to put much money to the cooling, the AC, when it's really hot. So it's like, okay, I'm still hot and this is terrible. And then
Right.
if I want to go on walks, it has to be more around 70, 60 degrees. I mean, I still walk out there, but it's really hot. It's not fun. So it's
Right.
it's got its give and take, because I
Yeah.
definitely appreciate I could go into work and not be freezing, which is nice, but also it's still like it's hot, and I don't like that. And I used to think that I couldn't have a problem with heat, but then I moved to Florida and I was like, yes, I do. I do have a problem with heat. And the worst thing I think too is I think with this didn't happen with the house we first lived in when we moved to Florida, but this house, when it's hot, when it's not getting colder, like fall temperature, the cold water is not cold water. So if you want cold water, you're not really getting it. Obviously, for drinking water, we could put it in the fridge, but for washing your hands, don't get cold water. Like, it's lukewarm at best. So it's just disappointing. But then finally, now that it's getting colder, I'm finally getting the cold back, so that's good at least. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can try and find some place that isn't as hot as Florida, but not as cold as Illinois.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, there's I'm sure we all know, like, wherever our childhood is, or wherever, like, where we're from, like, it's not like gonna leave you. I mean, it's obviously some people are like, I'm so glad I'm out of that place I used to always live at, but
But
I don't know.
I moved back to my exact hometown.
Right? Yeah.
I'm not one of those people, apparently. I mean, I never imagined wanting to leave Illinois until I learned more about Salem. Massachusetts, because
Right.
it just seems like the perfect place for me, honestly. Not just, I mean, first of all, there's obviously the witchy stuff, and it's not just during Halloween, even though they do have that awesome Halloween party every year, where the witches used to get hung. But it's witchy all year round, like just little things. You know, I know there's, I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie. I haven't, but I've heard of it. Bewitched. They have a statue of Samantha, and it's just witchy all year round, which I love. Obviously, you guys know being witches. But also, when I was learning more about it, they apparently have a great pride community, and as you guys know, I'm an LGBT as well, and uh, I've never really been in an area before that had such a big pride community, and I feel like it would be great for me to get more involved because that's what I've been wanting for years. But you know, where I lived in Florida didn't have one, like a big one or at all or anything, and neither does here. But Salem, from what I hear, has a pretty big pride community, and I would love that. But then my mom and I were looking up prices in Salem the other day, and it's expensive to live there.
Oh,
Is
really?
it really? Oh,
I would not expect that.
I'm not actually surprised
curious.
because, I mean, it is Salem, Massachusetts, and it's pretty famous.
It's kind of small too.
True.
That's
Ooh, jeez, you're not kidding.
how much is it?
It's like most of these are like 2,000 and like 400 a month for a apartment. That is way, and I'm like used to like looking at apartments, so like I know what prices are going for. That is like 3 times the amount
Wow.
of what
And
I'm
where are
used to.
you at, Robin, again?
What was that?
Oh, what state are you in again?
I'm so sorry. I'm so tired. What did you say?
I said, what state are you in again? I couldn't.
Oh, I'm in New York.
Yeah, I
Okay,
thought
which
that
is an
was what you
expensive
said, but
state.
yeah.
Yes, where I live is very a rather cheap state. I mean, I guess it's not expensive at least. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure the house we're living in is only 1,000, maybe. Yeah.
For the whole
Oh, you
house? How many?
Oh no,
That?
Sorry, you cut out. What?
you keep
Oh,
cutting
how
out.
many rooms do you have in your house?
How many rooms?
Oh,
There's 3 and 1 restroom. I mean,
that's a really good price, to be
the
honest.
yeah, but the house that got burned down was even better. I mean, that one was I mean, that one was honestly around this one, the price range, but that one was a lot bigger. First of all, it was 2 stories. There were
Yeah.
4 bedrooms, 3 restrooms, plus the basement was an entire apartment on its own. And that was
Oh.
all only for like
Oh.
a little over 1,000, I think.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I'm so sorry you lost your house.
Thanks.
Oh.
So if you guys want to go somewhere cheaper, just come down
Yeah,
here.
no, I'm gonna look in Illinois.
Yeah. I'm in Florida. That's where I'm at.
I thought you were asking what site are you on, Tiffany? That's why I was like, what? Like, what are you asking me? am I
Oh
having
my
a stroke?
gosh. No, but I understand. I understand sometimes when it's like, what is someone saying? Like, what are
I'm
they
like,
saying? And then they say the most basic thing. It's like, I don't know what my bad.
yeah, no,
It's
I'm
crazy.
definitely getting tired. I think I'm actually going to call it a night at this point then because like clearly I'm starting to lose it.
Yeah. Well, so does that mean you're gonna continue with the movie?
I don't think I'm gonna have time to finish it before bed, so I think
That's
I'm gonna
probably a
like
good idea.
bookmark it there and then I'll watch it tomorrow when I eat lunch probably.
Yeah, that's probably a good
Yeah.
idea. Watch it, have all the lights going, bring
Right.
that natural light in. Be calm, be cool.
Yeah.
You have to tell me how it goes and what you think of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really enjoying it so far. So if anything dramatic happens, I'll be like, I can't believe this happened.
But that just now finally I recall. But Robin, it's still so nice that you finally found a good book with book lovers. I'm so glad that you liked it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's it's funny because like you said that like it felt like it was so long ago. That was like I think the second book I read that month, and like I finished it the first few days of this past
Yeah.
month. So that's why it feels like it was so long ago.
Oh,
But
well,
yeah, I
maybe
would
it does.
definitely consider reading another Emily Henry book because I liked how she developed her characters and like how
Yeah,
they were really fully realized and had like lives outside of just like a romance. But not that I'm bashing romance stories because I understand the appeal of just like I just want to pick up a book. I don't want the lore or anything. I don't want
yeah,
like to know who these people are. I just want to like read a cute romance. Like I get that.
yeah. I
Um
would but let me know when you want to read either beach read or people we meet on vacation because I have both of them, and so we could do a buddy read if you want.
I think my sister has both of those titles too, so I won't have to wait on the library this
Oh,
time like I
nice.
was for book
That's
lovers.
good.
Yeah, so yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night. So if you ladies want to continue without me, go ahead. And have a happy Halloween, everyone.
Yeah, it was great to have you on here. I'm so glad we finally got to do this after forever.
It was fun to do a watch and sprint.
Right, right, exactly. Yeah, it's a good time.
All right. Thanks for hosting and take care, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye. Do you? Oh, where in Florida? Around the Tampa area. So that's where I'm at. Would you like to call it a night? I feel 11:40 is a good time to end it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm feeling a bit tired.
Yeah, I surprisingly not feeling tired. I lately it's been just so hard to go to sleep and lately, honestly, I'll be staying up late and not even because I want to, even though I am more of a night owl, but more so because I just don't feel tired. So I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna lie down, watch some TV. Hopefully, I fall asleep when I'm tired enough. So I'll probably just do that.
Nice. I still can't believe that like October is ending. I mean, this month has felt like forever, but also it's like November's coming. I don't know. There's something about October that feels like a good old steady progression from September to October, but November it really is November December. Like, I know October and November are similar, but November really feels like that's really getting to the end of the year. Like it's feeling like we've been going through 2022, but I'm like, we're almost at the end. It just blows my mind, you know?
True. Well, October's this is probably no shock to you, but it's my favorite month of the year because
Oh, okay.
the witchy month, all of that. So October is definitely my favorite month of the year. It's where I can be all witchy all the time and not be judged. But I have felt like it was going by slow, at least towards the end. But that's just because, like I said, the season 2 of a show I like drops on Netflix tomorrow, and it's like I'm anticipating that so much that it felt like it's taking forever to get there. It's like I don't want October to be over, but at the same time, I want to watch this show. So
Yeah. Now I finally have a little bit of a burst of energy. Would you want to do another watching sprint?
I can do one more and finish this movie,
Okay.
and then
Do you how long is yours? Mine's only 8 minutes, so how long do you want to go for?
I don't know. My movie has like 30 minutes left.
Okay. So 30 minutes? Do you want to go
Sure.
for 30 minutes? Okay. Um 41. I hate math. Okay. Trying again. Oh, 21. Okay. Reading, watching, really. 21. Is that 40? Whoops. To 11. Okay. Never mind. Okay. We will be back, guys. And let us know what you're reading or working on. Bye.
Happy
Be
sprinting.
back. All right. How was your sprint?
Hey, I just finished the movie.
Awesome.
I love rewatching it, and it just made me even more excited because they already announced the sequel. Because I'm pretty sure they announced that they plan on making a trilogy. And like the three main characters are Claudine, Draculaura, and Frankie. But in this movie, it's a little bit more based on Claudine. Um, and then there's actually a cliffhanger at the end that shows that the next movie's gonna be based more around Draculaura, because like after the final song, you see this woman. You don't see the woman. You only see her hands as she's like looking at a crystal ball, and she's looking at Draculaura, and she's like, she's the one to destroy all vampires. Bring her to me. And that's how the movie ends. So it's like, now I want the second movie. Like, already, even though they haven't started filming yet. But
That's too bad.
yeah, apparently they only plan on doing this for like a year because apparently it's gonna come out October of 2023.
Nice. Okay.
So not as bad as some movies.
Yeah. I finished the episode and then I didn't want to watch the finale yet. I kind of like, you know how it's like I have to end it again and I don't want to do it yet. So I just watched a YouTube video of the Owl House moments from season 2 out of context. That was nice.
Fun.
I like that stuff. So you said you finished Percy Jackson 4?
Yeah, I plan to read
So-
book 5.
So you're enjoying it?
I'm loving it. Yeah.
So you're ready for the show? You're like, make this show come out already.
Yes, I'm very excited to read book 5. I plan to do that next month too. I forgot to mention it earlier when we talked about what we plan to read. But yeah, that's probably one of the first books I'm going to read after I finish the Dawn of Being Chen.
Nice.
Yeah, because I want to know what happens.
Right.
Oh, before I forget, so don't you love whenever it's like you watched the movie, you watched several times, and then you still manage to find these little details you never noticed before?
Yes.
That happened when I was watching this movie.
Yay.
Because like right before the big fight with the bad guy, like the three main ghouls that I was talking about earlier, they had found this secret area that they have been searching for half the movie, and they finally found it. And they finally found the secret door to get in. Um, and as like the camera and like how the camera's angled, so you can like they had to walk inside a tomb and then into through another door to the secret lab, and where the camera was angled, you could see the first door. And as the three ghouls were walking in, you see a shadow at that door because that's supposed to be the bad guy coming, but you're not supposed to know that he's there yet. But because the ghouls don't know he's there yet, but you see the shadow, so you know somebody's there. I never noticed that before.
Nice. So is the movie cartoon or live action?
Live action.
Okay. Nice. Are there cartoon art things for it, or like how does all this Monster High stuff work?
Okay, so the original, uh, us fans that we call the original and the reboots, we call them G1, G2, and G3. G standing for generation. So generation 1 is originally the original. And those are still the best. Don't get me wrong. The original will always be the best. But G2, the first reboot, nobody likes. Like Robin and I, every time it's brought up, we're like, nope, those movies do not exist
It never happened.
Nope, they never happened. They do not exist in our world. But G3, I'm actually really enjoying. First of all, they're being more representative, or they have more representation, and they're just so much fun. And I feel like in the original Monster High, there was always these two themes that kind of surrounded the movies. One theme was that one thing that I loved was that even though there was romance, the friendship was between the monsters were always much more important. but the main theme was that be yourself. Don't care what anyone else says. Be yourself. Be who you are. And this generation has that theme down. I mean, the entire movie, the live action movie, is all about being true to yourself. Uh, so yeah, and so it has, so it's like it's not that different. There's obviously it's a reboot, so obviously there has to be different things, you know. But I feel like there are some changes that I do not like. Obviously, there always are, but I feel like there's the changes that I do like. I feel like either complement the story, the character, or make the character that we know from the other generations more well-rounded and three-dimensional, if that
Fleshed
makes
out.
sense.
Yeah.
Yes, they just feel. I feel like the changes. I mean, don't get me wrong. I obviously love the original. There will always be my favorite, but I feel like this generation is doing well at, you know, making the characters more fleshed out than they already were. I feel like the generation two didn't. You know, like they felt less fleshed out. If that makes any sense at all.
Okay. Okay.
So, but
They just messed everything up. They didn't do
exactly.
a single good thing.
And that reboot made me so hesitant about this. I'm a huge Monster High fan, so I was gonna watch it anyways. And honestly, when I first heard about the live action series and when I first heard about all the changes, I was very, very hesitant. But as the movie went on and the trailer was dropped and a couple of these songs were released, I was like, this might actually turn out to be really good, and I was right. But for this third generation, there's obviously these live action movies, and apparently they're going to be trying to make 3. My guess is, well, this one was obviously about Claudine, and then the cliffhanger makes it look like the sequel will be about Draculaura. And since Draculaura, Claudine, and Frankie are kind of the top 3, my guess is the third one will be about Frankie, because that's like reasonable to believe. And there's also a TV show that was just released in this generation, a cartoon TV show. So it's part of this generation, part of the same, the same changes, and it's the same reality than the other generations, just cartoon form.
This is so much stuff. I'm like, I don't understand everything. But I know, like, anyone having a conversation with me about Stranger Things or Harry Potter or The Owl House, Gravity Falls, they would probably be as confused as I am with this Monster High stuff. So,
Yeah.
so is like the target audience. Obviously, I know as much as anyone else cartoon stuff, even if it's targeted at kids. Anyone can watch it. But is Monster High typically targeted at kids, or is it more centered for teenagers? What is it? Like, what is the target audience?
Honestly, I always kind of thought of it as family movies. Like they're good for like maybe all ages. I mean, yeah, I feel like it can be targeted at kids a little bit more, but at the same time, at least in the thinking about the original, because those are the ones I have like memorized the most. Obviously, I rewatched them so many times. I just feel like there are certain themes that can be, if you look deep enough, which most people don't look at cartoons deep enough. I just overthink things, but like they have these underlying dark tones sometimes. Like one of my favorite Monster High movies from the original is Why Do Ghouls Fall in Love, because it follows Draculaura, who's my favorite, and someone from her past comes back, and she's dating her best friend's brother. I almost said boyfriend. Nope, she's dating her best friend's brother, and and she's a vampire, he's a werewolf, so it's also kind of taboo. They're not technically supposed to be together, but they don't care. And her ex-boyfriend comes and tries to wreck everything. And he's this evil vampire. He has spent centuries, like, he will charm a girl and then literally, well, he will like hypnotize her, make her heart full. It's hard to explain. You kind of have to watch the movie, but I'm going to try my best. He makes her heart full with love by being charming and showering her with gifts and making her feel special. And then he will literally, this is more literal than figurative, he will literally destroy her spirit and she will become like nothing, basically. And that has like an underlying dark tone. And he was so close to doing that to Draculaura, but of course Claude was able to stop him by making her, because she was hypnotized, so he was able to break her out of her hypnosis by showing her little things that he kept from their memories, their relationship, just these little things. And she had like all these memory flashes of her time with Claude, and that broke her out of her trance.
Wow.
So yeah, some of it can have a little dark tone, plus the overall themes of the like how be yourself. I feel like those can be grown up. Like those are things that everybody needs to learn. Like be happy
Yeah,
with
it's
who
kind of like
you are.
universal, not just for kids.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, kids. It's good if kids learn that at a younger age, then they won't have to learn it when they're adults. But so yeah, like the just being yourself, be true to who you are, no matter what anyone else thinks. I feel like that's a very important lesson that shouldn't be just targeted at kids.
Right. For sure. Yeah, I get that.
But that's just my interpretation of it.
Yeah. And it'd be funny though if like the creators or something were like, oh, I didn't think about that at all. You know that meme where it's like the teacher's like, oh, the curtains are blue because they represent this and that, and then actually the author was like, the curtains were just blue. There's nothing special about it.
Right?
The movie is awesome, all because of Cupid.
Cupid she kind of made things worse. Like she was gonna, before they figured out how to actually break Dracula out of her trance by Claude's love. Um, they went to get Cupid's help and her arrows. They were hoping that if she shot both Claude and um Dracula and make sure they were the first people they saw, that it would break Dracula out of her trance because they would both be in love. But it didn't work because somebody bumped into her as she shot it. So the arrows kind of bounced around, and then one hit Claude, one hit Cupid. So they fell in love, and so the group had to try to break them out of their bond so that Claude could break Dracula out of hers. It was this whole mess, and it was hilarious because at the end, right before Claude broke out of his trance and was able to help Dracula break out of hers, Toralight, this mischievous cat, stole the bow and arrow and started shooting everybody at Dracula's 1600 birthday party. So everybody was falling in love with the wrong people, and it was at the scene when everyone breaks out of it. It's hilarious because everyone was like, "Ew, oh, what's going on?" It's fun to watch.
Wow, a lot of stuff is going on. I'm feeling about calling it a night, but
Yeah, we're about to call it
that
off.
would be great if you want to join in next time.
Yeah.
Do you have a Twitter, Catherine? Like, how can we reach you? Like,
I have her on Discord. I know
okay,
her.
great. Okay, nice. All right, I guess that's figured out. I think 12:25. We pushed it a bit, and I'm glad we talked a bit more. But I'm feeling it. I'm feeling
Me too.
the tiredness now.
I can tell you're tired.
Yeah. It's a lot. But I definitely want you to join in next time, Catherine. That'd be really fun.
Yeah.
Is there any video updates you've got that you'd like to share, Joharra?
Yeah. The last reading vlog for the Monster High Readathon, it was supposed to go up today, but then I got busy because I was actually gonna do it in the morning. Good night. But then I ended up getting more reading done, and then I just got busy, and I was like, I just kept pushing it back or forgetting about it. So I'm going to hurry up and get that ready tonight. I probably won't get out until midnight, but yeah. So I have that, and then I have my wrap up I need to do, and I think that's all I really. I mean, I'm going to make a writing vlog, but that may take a while before it gets out because I haven't even started it yet. So that's all I have planned at the moment.
Nice. Tomorrow I will have my October reading journal spread. The full flip through of it will come out, and then I think I will have my November reading plans probably, after the next 2 days or so. It should come out, so stay tuned for that, everybody. I think tonight's the night. It's time to call tonight.
Sounds good.
I'm just getting tired, so I'm happy that everyone came on. It was great that we finally did a reading sprint again. Reading,
Yeah.
writing, watching sprints. All right. I think this is good for the night. All right. Goodbye, guys.